Let's go! Let's go!
July 14th.
Alright, this take give a fuck.
Okay.
Next, we have Zettelkasten for Regular Emacs Hackers by Christian Tietze. He will answer questions via web conference. You can join using the URL from the talk page or ask questions through Etherpad or IRC.
Hello there, fellow basement dwellers. I'm Christian and you are watching Zettelkasten for Regular Emacs Hackers, my Emacs Conference 2025 talk submission. In this presentation, I will be showing you a couple of things about the Zettelkasten, very basic mechanics and habits that you can pick up and implement in Emacs, the most malleable of all environments, to make a thinking environment happen in your life that stays with you potentially forever. The subtitle for regular Emacs hackers implies at least the possibility of irregular Emacs hackers and regular Emacs non-hackers, so the target audience here is people who are comfortable tweaking their setup when they run into issues and use Emacs to write, no matter if it's prose or code. So that's regular Emacs hacking. You don't need to be an irregular Emacs hacker, for example, being a core maintainer or whatever. You just need to be a normal user who also modifies their setup. However, you should probably not be an Emacs non-hacker, or maybe you shouldn't stay an Emacs non-hacker, someone who is not tweaking their setup ever. So if you just open your application to write with a double click and it happens to be Emacs, well, this may not be for you, but you ultimately be the judge there. It is my sacred duty to, of course, advocate all the essential freedoms during this presentation. These are the following. You shall not be shackled by a proprietary tool. You shall be shackled by Emacs, which is free software. You shall also not be shackled by an esoteric method that turns out to be a grift where you need to visit annual workshops, walk on broken glass and stuff to be a true knower. You shall be empowered to do great things for the rest of your life after this session alone. This is not a sales pitch. Finally, you should also not be shackled by whichever sources of information you rely on in the future. You shall be free to think and explore new ideas, ideally forever, in an environment you build to your liking without the degrading web searches and the dead internet getting in your way. No libraries, no dead trees. It's you and your knowledge base that can truly produce magnificent things. So, what is this about? In the teaser text for this session, I brought up that when people talk about Emacs pulling in everything that people do on their computer, it's usually things they used other software for in the past, like email, chat, playing music, browsing the web, managing tasks, stuff like that. We don't have a good blueprint for thinking environments though, so it's not a trivial task, just put this or that to Emacs and then you'll be happy and productive. That's different from doing your emails or task management or writing in Emacs, where we have a lot of experience with existing software to adapt and deviate from, where we can essentially port the task to Emacs. We can practice to think purposefully and productively on complex things over long periods of time when we create bespoke environments that help with that. The first assumption is this. Writing is very important to form complex thought. Without writing, you won't be able to cross a certain complexity threshold. Thinking in your head alone without any externalization makes you prone to loops, repetitions, and worst of all, jumps. Jumps that get you to a point, but not backed by reason or argument. So you, in your future, and others cannot follow. Written words direct thought. The linearization of or sequence making of thoughts frames your next idea. And that's the same for reading, which enables you to pick up existing ideas and continue to write about them later. So good thinking, writing, reading, and writing is mandatory. Emacs is good at showing text to read. It's good at processing keyboard inputs to write. So let's go. Let's set up an environment within Emacs to make this thinking thing happen. I'll walk you through some mechanics of the Zettelkasten machine and habits for you, dear thinker and regular Emacs hacker. And for your reference, highlight these things as I present them in the bottom left corner of the screen. So working with the Zettelkasten as a thinking environment only requires very simple mechanics. First one is to write I mentioned this. It could be one large text file, could be many small ones. We use the power of Emacs and small files because Emacs is cool and individual files put boundaries around ideas that force you to decide what goes where. Most importantly though, write like you mean it. The principle of garbage in and garbage out holds. You don't need to use your novelist voice when taking notes, but it also shouldn't be shorthand only, so that your future you has an easy time reading and digesting what you wrote. Next mechanic, which is also essential, is to connect. We think in associations. Connect notes to capture the associations that come to mind and that you want the reader, which is the future you, to make. Traveling a path of connections, indirectly via tags or keywords and directly with links, can feel like reading an essay you make up as you go, and that's where connections show their power. The next essential habit is to read and correct and reconnect as you go. You spend time and effort at the writing stage, you are the primary audience, so do your past self a favor and read what you wrote, and then as you read it, make it better. Make it better, continuously make things better and capture new ideas as they come up as you read, and things you can only now remember because you learned about things in the meantime. You will also get better at this whole thing with practice, so improve old notes when you find them lacking in detail, their tone pretentious, their mere existence an insult to your intelligence. Pay attention to pain points in using notes. Yes, I knocked on my desk to emphasize, and fix things on the fly. From this principle follows a lot of common practices and tips. This principle truly is essential. Too long and you didn't read it? Add a summary at the beginning. You can't understand what you wrote a year ago? Do your best to rewrite it in your own words. It only gets worse if you wait longer. You can't find anything in the mess? So collect links to what you could find in a new meta node. So next time you have a navigational help. This practice will form the basis for structure notes, maps and overviews, which we will come to later. The next habit, non-essential though, is to create notes with intent to use them. It's one thing to write about facts, capture information, but all this is just collecting stuff. It's another thing altogether to write about a train of thought, about an argument you found compelling, about a model to understand the world or yourself in a better way. So collect to remember, but work in your Zettelkasten to think. What does that even mean though? Recreate how intriguing books lay out their premises and arguments, for example. First this, then that, also that supports the premise, and so on. That's the structure of an argument. You can recreate it in list form, as a graph. You can draw and import the image, whatever. The structure of that argument is one thing, and the details, like the evidence for each claim, can be separate things. And these can become their own subnetworks over time. To facilitate all that, you will be needing to create structures. You've connected nodes, so links already leave trails to traverse between your nodes. And structures can emerge from these with the sheer volume. But they also can be designed by you to be navigational hubs of similar shape and form over time. Patterns like that reduce confusion and improve feeling at home and finding your way around, so that's worth investing in. For example, use outlines for complex topics. Tables of contents of a book, for example, that you love and processed in great detail. Just recreate the table of contents, the nested structure of it in your notes, and then you have something to hang your future thoughts onto. Another example is a pro-contra table or list to discuss opposing facets and perspective of a thing. Another example would be models or metaphors, like the iceberg model, where you point out something has a hidden depth to it, or the metaphor of a tree to model a thing as a branching and growing idea. Another habit, which is also not essential, is to start in your Zettelkasten. Starting in your Zettelkasten removes the cost of deciding what goes in there and what doesn't. It gets you moving and up to speed with the method and the tool much easier. Importing stuff later into the Zettelkasten can feel like a chore, but starting the work you need to do anyway in it, that reduces the mental hurdle. As a regular Emacs hacker, you'll eventually develop your own tools to make initial exploration smoother over time. Like, do you start in a particular place or just create a new node from scratch somewhere? You won't know this until you experience this stuff for a while and try different things. So, don't worry and be open for change. The final habit, also non-essential, is to start with a link and not with the creation of a new file. Start with a link, create the file later. This avoids orphaned nodes. And orphaned nodes are those no others are linking to. To these you can only get with a full-text search or maybe by accident when you browse your nodes, but there's no orderly way to get to them. To recap, write. Don't be sloppy, put in effort early to get faster at this, and this is essential because without putting effort into writing, you won't have anything to use. Connect and leave trails to navigate that can tell a story when you traverse the trail later. This is essential because without connection, you will not get anywhere. Correct and improve things as you go. The last essential thing, well, don't worry about perfection, and then be gentle to your past self. Adapt to what you learn along the way. It's essential because without this attitude, you can easily get stuck in analysis paralysis, like where do I need to put this or what would be the perfect way to phrase this. Designed for use, this helps both finding your voice and to have criteria for selecting what to spend time and effort on in the first place. It takes into account the opportunity cost of high quality work from writing and connecting. Create structures, you won't be able to scale and stay organized and find your way around without structures. You can practice this early and design structures deliberately, but it's also okay to ignore this for a while and wing it, so it's not marked essential, although it may hurt you sooner than later. The habit to start in the Zettelkasten, well, do the work you need to do in a place that can pay back dividends on the effort you put in. That's powerful, but also not essential. You could just as well continue to write and think and scribble somewhere else and then do the Zettelkasten importing stuff later. Start with a link. That's really useful practice, but more like a life hack and not an essential habit. So you can also create new files from scratch for ideas that come up as they come up and then try to connect them later. And well, that's better than not writing at all, right? So if you look at this, you may ask yourself, well, why is this create structure thing a mechanic and not a habit? What's the difference? It seems kind of random. Well, do create structures as an imperative is a good habit, yes. Structures facilitate growth of the Zettelkasten and help you discover useful patterns in the things you care about. Patterns that work for you personally, which make navigation easier because they fit your personal expectations for what is and what is not. That's something for you to do. That's a process. But from the perspective of the Zettelkasten as a system, that's a mechanic or rather dynamic. The Zettelkasten grows organically, thanks to your constant intervention and usage, of course. That's how time passes in your Zettelkasten. That's how a process of transformation enters the system. The transformation affects the network. Every new or updated node, every new connection changes the network. The existing network then imposes demands for new stuff to fit in, slowly solidifying how things are organized to be perceived as orderly. This is calcifying. That's emergent creation of structure from use. Well, structure here is expectation for what could come next. On top of this interplay of emergent structure in your nodes and processes that operate these constraints, you can design and influence and architect and have explicit structures and patterns, and therefore you can influence what is expected, what is unexpected, and what fits and what needs to change to fit in. So the time you spend designing these things will influence how the Zettelkasten will behave in the future. To prepare for growth, you will probably encounter thresholds along your journey, like 1 to 10 nodes. Well, you can easily remember all of them. 10 to 100, you will have forgotten some details, but will probably remember writing most of these nodes in some way. 100 to 1,000, bad luck, you will have a hard time going through everything one by one to find what you have. You will have to rely on filtering results. For example, with a full text search, and you will crave to use tags and keywords more to group nodes into more manageable departments or collections. 1,000 to 10,000 nodes? By this mark, search results produce way too many results. Popular tags become overcrowded, and you have the same problem you had in the last stage, but for each of these tags. So manual structures will take you through this. Anticipate growth pains by starting from structures. That's the recommendation here. Design your entry points into your current projects and research topics and interests as departments of your Zettelkasten. Keep a list of For example, 12 darlings like Feynman did, a list of 12 things that you can check mechanically where you capture something new, and then you can see whether the newfound knowledge can also push one of your darling projects forward. Now, finally, let's get to the demonstration in Emacs. Like here is a very minimal init file. I will share it with you in the show notes. And this is the dnode default configuration. And here I'm using the shortcut to create a new node immediately for this talk. And there you see that's an empty new node. And here sped up like 2 or 3 times the normal typing speed of me is, well, how I would process this very Emacs conference talk. The essential mechanics and habits, additional habits and mechanics, and then from there, after I capture everything, I make sure that I have a reference. This is not a thought out implementation in Emacs, so this is just plain text, Christian Tietze, Zettelkasten for regular Emacs hackers at the bottom. You can use reference management systems that you like, but I don't want to get into these details. And here I'm creating a node with the dnode shortcut based on the selected text. So I'm starting a link. This link is creating the node for me. It's also default dnode functionality, and garbage in, garbage out. I needed to edit the title because the selected text became the node title. Didn't want that. That was the abbreviation. Here notice that the default configuration does not in fact include autofill mode, so the lines get infinitely long. It looks a bit weird. Just garbage in, garbage out, processing this from Wikipedia. So we have a detail node from this overview. So that's an overview with one link already. Starting from here, now I want to write more about my talk. And next to create structure, types of structures, the Zettelkasten. It creates a weird link, but I can edit this easily, thanks to Emacs being so nice to work with. A couple of examples. I mentioned some of these in previous minutes of this conference talk, like a position pair, one node for the pair, one node per pro and contra, a table of contents, like lists of things you like, to talk about recreating a book's content. Table of contents, so you can process the book in detail. Argument structures, I believe I mentioned these. Look at this up if you're not into arguments, but arguments are very well structured usually. A table of things like 2-dimensional table or grid. Graphics, you can also include graphics, images, and then write about these. And then there are metaphors. And into one metaphor that I'm presenting here, iceberg, black box, and then atom, molecule, and organism, I want to get into this atom, molecule, organism thing, and that's a composition and recursion, because I have big ideas there. So atom, smallest part, molecule comprised of atoms, and organism is comprised of molecules. Different level of analysis, because this is irreducible. In fact, well, if you have no clue about reducibility, irreducibility, that doesn't mean much to you, but look this up. You can go very deep with this kind of stuff. It's basically that, well, if you decompose organs into atoms, you cannot get back to the organs. You just have a bunch of atoms. There's information loss, more or less. Here you see that I create a new thing at the end, so that I can write about dnode. The tool doesn't matter, but when you use Emacs, use dnode, because, well, why? Let's get into this. Fix the link, and these are good reasons to use dnode. Dnode is very simple. Dnode has a couple of sane defaults that makes life easier. Backlinks, we will see a backlink view at the end. After I created a couple of things, I'm copying the source code there, the eLisp source, so that you can see, hey, this is just an org mode file. You know, you can style it to your liking, and then you can even execute the code if you want. Very powerful. Create nodes as links first to avoid orphans. Forward link again. At least I wanted to create a forward link. I pressed the wrong shortcut, but anyway, can fix this easily. You see, there's no link. Damn it. Now I need to create the link after the fact. Here's the list of shortcuts, the denote key map. It's a recommended practice by me, starting your node with a linker. You've heard this all just a couple of minutes ago. Reduce orphans and supposedly teaches you about thinking in connections early. It's a good practice to practice. So with that node, trying to switch back, denote node switching, that wasn't as smooth, but inserting links is, and yeah, there you go. Here's a backlink view, and that's it. In a somewhat self-documenting way, here you see a structure node, which is an overview that represents the gist of this Emacs conference talk, with a couple of links to details. And from these details, as you've seen, you can go into even more detail, and that's all there is to it. And repeat this for infinity, and you get really, really complex networks and can do a lot of amazing things in parallel without interference. I just want to stress that the Zettelkasten can help you to learn when you publish, when you share, and when you grow it and yourself in the process. Again, design the Zettelkasten to be used, publish something, write a blog, share stuff with coworkers. Like, that's powerful and that's so rewarding. This can in turn influence how you do it the next time in your Zettelkasten, because now you can anticipate, hey, these kinds of arguments, maybe I can do this early on, and well, then you're prepared even more for the future. To share what you learn, you're also invited very warmly to our community of practice in the Zettelkasten forums. Just share your journey, write about your projects, ask questions. Like, everyone's welcome, newbie to pro. Just get in touch with people, talk about the processes, improve them, and eventually you'll figure out, well, reaching enlightenment in that regard may not be that hard after all, and then you're fine and good to go for the next projects that you tackle. Most importantly is to make this thing your own, the Zettelkasten, the method, the environment. Create a thinking environment for you. Create your own tools to think with. This goes back to the meme of Shuhari, which is basically imitate and then deviate and innovate. And this invitation here is to imitate what I just laid out. Imitate for a couple of years, 1, 2, 3 years. The time goes by faster than you think. And then figure out ways to deviate from the doctrine, to figure out ways to improve and change the processes to fit you better. But you need to try to manifest the best practices in your life first for a while, to then figure out, well, they are not that best after all, and I need to change some of them. But you wouldn't know if you didn't try. So do try. Yeah, and with that, I want to thank you. Thank you so much for watching. That's it. That was the conference talk, my short introduction to the Zettelkasten mechanics and habits. I want to thank you so much for watching and spending time with me on this topic, on these two topics actually, that are very near and dear to my heart. Do share questions, ask questions in the Etherpad, and if you watch this after the conference and all the live participation is long over, step into the forums and ask around there. Thanks also to Sasha and team for organizing EmacsConf 2025, for having me. Well, I'm looking forward to hearing from every one of you. So that's it. Peace out and see you in the next one. All right. So we do it like this, and we don't expect people to also join here in the chat, right?
We're expecting people to join here if they'd like to, and then they can continue there. Let me just arrange the windows over here. Okay, start recording. Yes. All right, take it away. Thank you, Christian.
Thank you too.
If you could have the pad open at the same time, you can read the questions, or I can start reading some to you while I'm here.
Oh, no, I can read them. I was wondering whether I should maybe copy them into a new buffer. So they are also on screen. Increase the font size a bit. So I'm trying to do this on the fly. Maybe a bad idea. Let's see.
Of course, you're going to capture it into your Zettelkasten then. Is that what's happening?
Of course.
Well, I can start you off. The first question is, I wonder what they use for the fancy animations.
Yeah, I was thinking about this because that's the first question, and I was thinking about this while I copied this stuff over. What part is the fancy part? I can recommend books. Like if anyone wants to have book recommendations for how to make presentations with PowerPoint-like software in a very simple way. We taught this at university. What was it now? Some 15 years ago, to students to make animation abuse where everything was flashy and tick, 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 typed in or something. Like don't do this, but instead do a couple of very simple, tasteful things like fading through colors, like filmmakers do, right? Fading through black to make a scene cut, or just fade between things. Yeah, the fanciness. Presentation software stack. The fanciness. I didn't dial fanciness up. I just resorted to a very simple fade animations, fading stuff in, and wipe. I think for text effects. That was it, more or less. And for the lines, maybe the lines are fancy. I was using Apple Keynote because I'm fastest with that, but I also usually we taught this workshop with PowerPoint, and I think the LibreOffice stack got much better with that as well in the recent years. But I haven't tried that in a long time to like fiddle around and find all the knobs to dial. Because the Apple presentation thingy has this nice feature where you have where you draw an arrow with a tip, and then you have a special animation for line drawing, which is only available for line art, and then it draws like the arrow that it moves around like that. So yeah, presentation stack, Apple Keynote, probably not not of interest for anyone here, but I usually don't use plain text presentation stuff, right? So I tried this with Markdown presentation, slidey things, org presentation. It's always not enough control for the fiddly things that I'm interested in to make the experience great. So wonder what are the fancy animations and the stack. The stack is Apple Keynote, sorry. Hope that that's enough. Apple Keynote, okay. Thank you for capturing. Are you not a fan? Okay. You saw this in the recording. Why on earth is autofill mode not enabled? I don't know. I thought it is the default, but apparently it isn't. I could also use visual line mode. It's built in as well, right? Visual line mode. It's so weird to be in this vanilla setup and not have all my key bindings and my normal stuff ready. So are you not a fan of using asterisk headings in org mode? It's interesting to see how people have different styles of writing org content. Am I not? Like what exactly? What did I do? Here, notes. Just open one of these. Okay. I could see how you could in examples like this use org mode to read only. Why? How you could use org mode to use headings for this, because it's an outliner first and foremost. So outlining is very natural. But when I do in my personal setup, I also have this what is called start indentation thingy enabled. So that means that everything would be indented one level from the start. So I would probably fiddle around with that to not get like crazy. But also, I don't really see when I look at this. I didn't see a potential to create subheadings. I mean, or even headings. The only heading here is the title, like in my perception of this node, and it's two lists. You could group these in headings. I didn't. That's right. Where's another one? I opened the autosave file because I'm stupid. Okay, so this one could also be probably subdivided, but I'm also not sure. I'm also not sure if I would gain anything structurally if I do it like this, because then I'm in a structural level, and the stuff that just flows naturally as a sequence of text paragraphs, this here, it's not disconnected. Like it wasn't meant to be under organism. I don't need to create a new same level thing to say, hey, these are, I don't know, details or whatever. So that's maybe the real reason. I'm fine with writing snippets that are self-contained and essentially 1 or 2 or 3 or 5 or whatever, how many paragraphs, but it's not like it's always in outline form. So I don't resort to this. My own Zettelkasten is usually written in Markdown. So I use subheadings for actual headings to subdivide, like I would subdivide an essay or an article, blog post. But that's the mode of writing that I'm in here. It's like blog post writing. I wouldn't start with 4 headings for this, so I'm not doing that, right? That's a thing. Okay, I guess I'm going to read the questions, but I'm going to stop copying them in because I lose time. I want to reply to you folks. Didn't see need for hierarchical structure. Thank you for capturing this. Next question. Can you use org files and all its features inside dnode? Yes. Like this is an org file, and dnode uses org headings instead of, with Markdown, you get YAML front matter. And with org, you get these attributes, the value attribute thingies that are then the metadata for the node. So yeah, the answer is yes. You get everything, and on top a small layer of link management. That's all there is. Next question is, where or how do you like to capture fleeting nodes? Oh, fleeting nodes. If you say fleeting nodes, you also need to say non-fleeting nodes and figure out what these are. And when you say non-fleeting nodes and fleeting nodes exist, because it's a distinction and there's something on both sides of this distinction. And if you say there's a distinction, there are 2 sides, maybe you want to subdivide the non-fleeting nodes further because, well, it's a non-fleeting node isn't very descriptive. So what else do you say there? And people have said a couple of things to define non-fleeting nodes, for example, permanent nodes. I guess that's a Sönke Arendt's permanent nodes is the most popular. Let's stick with that. So if you have permanent nodes and fleeting nodes, now we have 2 types of nodes. The thing is, in books, when we would talk about note taking, and you would ask me, hey Christian, how do you take fleeting nodes? I imagine the discussion would be in German, because that's how people usually talk to me. I would pull out a book. This is Object-Oriented Software Engineering, interesting book by Ivar Jakobson, or Ivar, I'm not sure, because it's an English or American person. And inside I have these fleeting nodes. Like these are actual paper nodes, square, what are these, 3 by something inch, American standard size, I guess, and A6 minus the tear-off part from another notepad. These are nodes I took, engagement nodes, if you will, like engagement nodes, because the margins of the book don't suffice to take, oh, damn, this is related to, I need more space. So this is more space. These are fleeting. And as you see, I have them in my pile of shame of books right next to me in the shelf, and folded them in this in this piece of paper, labeled it with the author, because I lost them a couple of times. They just fell out when I reached for the book. And this is an envelope. I shove it into the book and then forget about processing the book again for 5 or 10 years. So what do I do with fleeting nodes? I do fleeting nodes on paper, or if I'm using an e-reader, maybe with an e-reader software annotation tool, but fleeting in the most like simple, non-contrived sense. Fleeting nodes are meant as engagement nodes, and then you do something with them, or like I just showed you, you don't, because life's short, right? Time runs out. Then you need to forget. Then you need to remember how to restructure everything in your head to make sense of the notes again, because they were fleeting. They were just little scribbles, and it's basically ballast or waste, or I'm just carrying this with me for years, and I maybe never get around to using these. But also, I put stuff on there. Maybe I do. It doesn't hurt to keep them in there. It's just an odd collector's habit I can't get rid of. So fleeting notes, I just capture them wherever, and then either I process them or try to throw them away or forget about them because they're in some inbox file on a smartphone. And then, they might as well not exist. They're just there to engage me during the reading. And if I don't process them in time, meh, like chances up. Like, it sucks. Next question, like fleeting notes, permanent notes. I'm not going to talk about these unless someone asks a question. Zettelkasten feels like a very cagey approach to note-taking and knowledge management. Doesn't it restrict one to think in certain ways rather than what feels natural to someone? Well, yes, but so does wearing underwear, right? Like, bit of personal revelation. When I'm working from home, I'm wearing pants. You don't see them, but I don't need to. But I'm also kind of restricting myself in a way because there's a window, it's dark outside, and I'm well lit. And if I just stand up and have no pants on, I don't care that much what the neighbors like 10, 20 meters across think, but your mileage might vary there, right? So there are restrictions that make sense to get to some point in your day-to-day life. And in the case of Zettelkasten, I try to tell people this the shortest story possible, to convey a story there, but also not to cage them in with 20 definitions of different notes, because all that matters is try to move your thinking into an environment where you can write, where you feel comfortable writing, and where you can keep this stuff. Because I do feel comfortable with a pencil and paper, but what I just showed you, this might as well never have happened. Something has changed in my brain, most likely, right? When I engaged with a book like this. But as far as publications and writing is concerned, this might as well not exist in my life, because I didn't do something with it. I was reading the book probably on the commute back then, on the train. I didn't take notes on the computer right away, right? So if you feel caged in, that may be a sign that you went too far on the I need to do this, I need to do that stage, and lose some of the playfulness. There needs to be playfulness inside of the whole procedure. Otherwise, if you don't enjoy doing it, you won't be doing it. And if you don't do it, then you don't get a benefit, and it's just another chore in your life. Then rather not do it, right? So try to avoid the feeling of caginess, and do whatever you want with it, as long as you try to give your best. Like, that's the cage that you will benefit from. Like, really trying, maybe not trying hard, but trying in earnest to produce something that you can read in a year, in a week, whatever, and then make sense of it. Like, that's a minimum bar. And the rest, if you find yourself writing for hours on end during the nights, during the weekends, whatever, and can't stop, then you can tackle more of the prescriptions, let's say. But everything I showed to you was, there are 3 essential things, and the rest is just add-ons. Add-ons to inspire you to think in certain ways, but you don't have to do them. You can scratch all of this. You just need to write, to think, and then you need to connect to make the thinking happen in an organic way. Otherwise, you get a storage that's very hard to navigate and doesn't grow well. Thanks. Yeah, you're welcome. I'm not writing another shot. Yeah. Oh, combine the forums. Like, it's a Zettelkasten anonymous group there. Like, everyone's struggling. Everyone's struggling, and it's okay to, like, I'm feeling like stuck at this and that, and then other people will be able to relate. I can promise. How does it denote? Question mark maybe, compared to Org Rome. Rome research was setting a new trend of connectiveness, because you could create recursive structures with links, and everything is linkable. And it's like you put every sentence in its own org heading, and then link to all the headings possibly, and then transpile them so you can expand in place where you would link to. I think this was the approach at least. So this was a very interesting transclusion, not transpile, transclude the contents, like move them in right then and there and not navigate to another page. It was interesting. It never made sense for me when people told their stories of how they used it. I guess you can use this tool for a lot of purposes, but the prevalent story of the Rome style note-taking tools was like, just dump everything in it, and garbage in, garbage out still holds. I do keep my personal journal away from my Zettelkasten nowadays because I want to not restrict myself when I feel the urge to journal. When I want to capture something that, for example, my 15-month-old baby daughter does, like first time she pulled a chair out of another room to a next room just to create a ladder to then climb onto another thing. It just was, okay, this is now the time to take note of this in her life. Like, you were this and that many months old when you did this. So we have some reference points. And I could put this kind of factual information at Zettelkasten, but also like what if I have a toothache or whatever and just want to gather data for whatever reason, or I don't know, right? Like this kind of personal stuff. That's too much. That's too much of the non-useful stuff in a tool that I want to use to think. I do see the appeal there, but anyway, the org Roam, like that's a Roam part. You can watch a lot of videos on that to get a feel for this. Org Roam adopted this to make the connection easier and replicate features. As I said, porting tools that exist into Emacs, very nice pastime. A lot of people do this for a lot of things, but it's not a thinking environment. It's just another tool to take notes in that behave weirdly with links or interestingly with links. And dnote does do even less. It only offers you a couple of shortcuts to help you find files quickly. It does, like you see in the bottom here in the mode line, it does just show square brackets D instead of the whole ID, which would be rather long. So you have a buffer list that is bearable and works, right? You can read this and find the title quickly. Things like that. dnote does things like that. Oh, I closed the wrong. dnote does things like that very well, but it gets out of your way otherwise. Like just a couple of conventions to get stuff into your file system. I'm not sure if org Roam now, like if what's the current state there? Like, do they do ID generation out of the box? Is there a standard, a popular convention or whatever? Not sure, didn't follow, but I'm very happy that org Roam still exists because I think porting tools into Emacs is very cool, I guess. Next question. I noticed that the Wikipedia link you wrote was typed wrongly. Oh no! Garbage in, garbage out, I think. So garbage in, garbage out. Garbage. Well spotted. How did I do that? Oh, I typed it. I typed it from. Yeah, right. I didn't paste this, right? Yeah, garbage in, garbage out. Yeah, this janitorial tasks. That's the umbrella term. How do you deal with this? Like, if you put stuff like this into your notes, you hopefully get a 404 code from Wikipedia because the page doesn't exist. Let's not check. You get a 404, and then you could write a tool that checks all the links periodically and tells you about broken links, like a broken link checker that then looks up maybe automatically the last good version on archive.org and then the Wayback Machine, and then corrects the link with the archived version because the live one is gone. Like, this happens all the time on the internet, and even if you don't mistype, you could, things go out of order. So what do you do with that? You need to automate this. I'm not clicking every link manually. I have like, what's it now, 11,000 notes or something. This is not a thing that humans are good at. I'm not good at this. I will never finish anything else if I do this manually. So write a tool, write a script, get a script from the interwebs. There are tools like this plenty that can do it, and then you just need to do the wiring. And that should help. You could automate this in Emacs, of course, right? For every file in my node directory, look if there's a link inside, and then check the URL or whatever. Also works for inter-node connections. These could also break if you rename files or remove files and don't use a dnode function, which I believe takes care of backlinks and forward links and keeps them organized. If you do this manually on another device, out of dnode, out of Emacs, in Win, I don't know, then then mistakes happen. And you need to deal with mistakes and heal and create scar tissue there in some way. So write janitorial tools to do that. It's also, I'm mentioning the term janitorial tools a couple of times now because that's the term that.
Next, we have questions and answers to help you fly with hyperbole by Bob Weiner. You can ask questions via web conference by joining from the talk page or ask questions through Etherpad or IRC. And then I need to start recording. All right, you're good to go.
Are people here?
You want me to read the first question to you since I'm here? The first question here is, I'm excited to know opinion and current state of using MCP and AI for PKMs and PIEs, since they do carry a lot of burden out of us and ease a lot of process. How does our hyperbole stand with the coming days?
Thanks for the question. AI is obviously on everybody's mind. We haven't done a lot of integration with any of the popular AI engines, but I think as you'll see through this Q&A session, Hyperbole's function is really to interlink your information everywhere throughout Emacs. And so whether you're using a chatbot, in a specific buffer, you can use Hyperbole implicit links, implicit buttons to activate different actions there as well. So sometimes it takes a bit of customization, a small amount of 2 to 7 lines of code to do that. As we get to working with more of these engines, we'll build that into the core part of Hyperbole. But right now, that's left as an extension for users who are heavily using MCP or other protocols right now. We have, for example, integrated with LSPs, for coding, and have that interface through XREF, and basically using the single key, the action key, which is made a return. You can jump around to any of your source definitions from any reference in almost any language that anybody uses today. So you can extrapolate from that how that might work with AI as well. And I think you'll see later when we talk about HiWiki that we're now enabling just wiki words to be buttons in Hyperbole. So those could be part of your chat with an AI, and you just click on it and you jump right to all your references associated with that terminology. Thanks for the question. Should I just go through the second question? I thought people would be live. Yeah.
And as a normal user who codes and takes notes, I really want to deep dive and learn Hyperbole, but always end up winding back up to Embark and Org mode being the better system. For me, Hyperbole looks over-engineered or over-configured system, which other individual packages do well. And outside Emacs, there's no system supporting Hyperbole or any usability. And I think you've started answering that already, so go ahead.
Right. Hyperbole is large, but there's reasons behind that. We're just trying to link all your information in Emacs. So I think you can see my screen here, right? in Emacs. So for example, you can take any Lisp expression, even a variable, like here we have in hyperbole the hyperb_dir variable, and I just hit the action key, made a return, and in my MIDI buffer I see the value of that variable. But I could just as well take any other expression and take the outer parens off and change them to angle brackets, and now that's a live hyper button. Could be in a comment in a programming buffer. In this case, it's in K-outliner buffer, which is an auto-numbered outliner, part of hyperbole. So let's just try this and say, made a return. I pressed, and it ran a cur and found all the occurrences of buttons. And similarly in here, I could just jump and go to any of these lines directly by hitting made a return in that buffer as well. So all your text, all your sort of what we call implicit links become live in hyperbole. And you didn't have to learn much. You just learned, if you know a little Lisp or how to type any expression, then you just change the outer brackets, and all of a sudden you have hyper buttons. So hyperbole, you can learn a little bit at a time. And although it seems daunting at first, because it has so much functionality, very large and rich architecture. But what we do is teach people one piece at a time. So just to continue on that a little bit, implicit buttons are buttons that exist just from the text pattern in the buffer. So you saw an example of changing Lisp into implicit buttons right there. I could do keystrokes. I can just type them out in my buffer and surround them with braces. So here's something, let's see, this is actually a command in the K-outliner to jump to the cell numbered 4. So let's just do that. And it took me right there, right? So I'm just pressing made a return to activate these buttons. Similarly, any sort of, this is a complex example, but any path name I can surround with double quotes, and it's a live hyper button. In this case, I want to jump to a path name called readme.md, but it's in a directory that's specified by an actual Lisp variable. And then I want to go directly to a headline within that file called hyperbole manual. And within that headline, I want to go to the 8th line relative to that. So all I have to do, made a return again, and boom, I'm in that, I'm directly linked to that. And hyperbole has ways that you can just split your windows like this and create that reference in the source buffer right there. You just press a few keys and it'll embed that link. We'll see that a little later. Another example, so all of these buttons, if I just show you here, you can press Control-H, capital A anytime, and it will show you exactly what made a return will do in that context. In this case, it's an implicit button, and it shows you even where the button starts and ends, what type of action it will run. It's a link to a file line, and then what arguments it takes. So hyperbole extracts all this meta information just from the text in your buffer and displays it to you conveniently, so you can know before you ever touch a hyper button if it will do something that you want it to do. Here we have a fairly advanced button that's very simple to do. You just specify a bug in Emacs that you want to reference to. Notice no delimiters, just bug pound, whatever, made a return. And I'm in GNU's reading the conversation for that bug. And I can just, move through all the conversation. I can quit out of there and go back to where I was. So very, very easy to use these implicit buttons because they're already there throughout your Emacs buffers. I described the Control-HA, what that does. And there's other types of buttons that we can get into as questions go on, but you can create your own explicit buttons that have a little slightly different delimiter than you see in the implicit buttons. And this one I just put in here to show you that if you use it and you go, this is the hyperbole to-do list, which is an org buffer. But I wanted to show in here that Similarly, we have implicit buttons for to-dos in the work. And when we hit made a return, it just changes the state of that to-do. And I can cycle through those. But even better with the prefix argument, if I have multiple sequences of to-dos, because there's Bob and Matt's that maintain hyperbole, so I can shift to Bob's to-dos with Control U made a return, and then cycle through the states for me. So very, very easy to use, something that's a little bit more difficult to do, I think, in org without it. So that's an explicit button where I had to actually say I want to create this button, and I had to specify what type it is. If I show you the information there again, you see it has a little different type called a keyboard key, which runs just the key sequence. So you're starting to see already that explicit buttons have a type that's connected to an action that an implicit button can do as well. So all of this ties back together. And finally, there's a home page that Hyperbole has, a personal home page that you have. You hit Control HH, which is our mini buffer menu. And then you hit, what is it, B for button file, and then P for personal file. And that just brings you to basically a set of links that you can create buttons in any format you want. There's no structure that you see here. But the nice thing is that all of these buttons that have these names, as we call them, with the delimiters here, can be referenced now as what we call global buttons wherever you are in Emacs. So I'm in a separate buffer here, and say I want to jump to that to-do button that's labeled TD on line 10 down there. No matter what I have on screen, I can hit Control H, G for global button, A for activate, and then it gives me a list of those. So I know it's TD. I just put TD in, and oh, okay, that's a path link problem I have, but when I fix the link, it would go to it. So you can create buttons that you can access, in any mode, anywhere, and just give them quick names, and it's very easy. So that kind of gives you an idea of how you can get very productive with Hyperbole with just a few simple techniques. Are you still there, Sasha?
Yep, I'm still here. I'm gonna bring up the next question here. I have too many tabs. It's okay. I've been using, so the question is, I've been using activities.el and Bufferload to save dedicated workspaces, open buffers, window positions in tabs and frames for tasks and projects across Emacs sessions. Can I do something similar with Hyperbole?
Yes, you can. And Activities is a nice package from Alpha Papa. We've actually been working with it lately, so we're probably in the next month or so, we'll have a specific integration to Activities built into Hyperbole. But right now, we don't. But of course, you can call any of its functions or key bindings using the techniques that I just showed you earlier. But what we do have built in, if you go to the menu again, and you see Control HH, and then there's a W, Windows WinConfig menu. And there's two types of window configurations that you can save here. They are, right now, they're per Emacs session. They're not stored beyond that, but we'll probably add that in as well, or we'll use Activities for that. So the two types are, you can either just save a window configuration in a frame to, actually it stores the frame configuration, to a ring, just like the kill ring. So you have the three commands at the right. You can save with an S, you can pop one off the ring with P, or you can just yank and keep cycling through with a Y. And it will restore the frame configuration that you saved. Similarly, you can just do it by name, and you can say, I want to add a name, and then, just give it a name again, when see, and store it, and it stores it there, and then you can get back to it by name as well. So fairly easy to use as well, and again, integrated in the same simple menu system. So thanks for that question. Should I just go to the next question? How well do hyperbole and org mode work together? Is there any kind of integration? Yes, in fact, that's really good. I'll just mention something. Let me go back to my homepage. I just stored that here. So we gave a talk at an earlier Emacs conference right here on org and hyperbole integration. So that's a good one to go back to. And I believe it's in this file is included with hyperbole as well. So you can learn various techniques of how the action key helps you in org. It does special things in tables, and there's some nice support for example, working with code blocks. Let me see where that is. Okay, so right back here. So you can run them with the action key. You can refresh the output and do things like that. So again, if I just hit Control HA, it'll tell me that it's in Smart Org, and it'll give me all the different contexts that operates within. So there's a lot that it does in here. And you can see with point on the dir value of a code block definition, it'll actually display a summary and all sorts of functionality. So the integration is quite tight. And one of the things we do, since made return is used in org, we have a customization setting, C, even O, and you have these three settings where you can say, I want made a return to, I want hyperbole to control that, and everything that the action key does, I want to happen. Or I only want hyperbole to control when I'm over a hyperbole explicit button. Or I want org to control that key and never use hyperbole. So you just set that once, it's persistent across sessions, and you're good to go. And again, it's built right into the menus. So, but even following that, we've the latest addition to hyperbole is something, and this is the first time we're really showing it publicly, is the HiWiki, which is a new subsystem, as we call it. And this is, I think, the best wiki capability in Emacs now. What it does is it automatically highlights. Let me turn it on. I have to turn on HiWiki mode. And you see those wiki words now got highlighted. So any wiki word, which is the capitalized alpha word, so you can have multiple capitals in there and it'll get recognized, can be used as a wiki word. So for example, when I just type HiWiki here, it automatically recognizes it, and you see it turned it into a hyperlink button, which again, Control HA will tell me exactly what it does there. But I can just hit the action key, made a return, and it'll display my hiwiki.org file. All wiki pages are org files. So we're using that for the wikis, and you can export an entire wiki using essentially the org export capability with a little extra set of features that we've added in. But let's say even better, you see I have this heading here. So let me just change this. Let me go back here, and I'll say go to heading. So you just put a pound on it, and now that whole thing is a reference to a specific org section. Notice there's no org IDs here. There's nothing other than the text that you're seeing. There's not even a delimiter. So we have automatic implicit hyper buttons being added in any buffer. Could be a comment in a programming buffer. You don't have to add anything. I'll show you how to create a new page in a minute. But you see, I can link to any org section without any IDs. And then I can also do like org Roam does, but without the indexing or database that it requires. I can scan over all of my wiki files and headings and find a match really quickly. So we can get into some of that a little later as well. But, very convenient. There's nothing that you change on org to do this. So how do I create a wiki word? Well, let's say I wanted, wiki word for me. So that was a wiki word, but now this is a new one. So you see it doesn't highlight because I haven't created a wiki page yet. So all I hit is the action key and boom, now it created it as a new wiki word. It created the .org file. If I don't edit this file, it won't save it and it'll not become a word in case you made an accident. But let's just say I want to say it. So, heading, that's it. I'm just in org mode. Now, anytime that HiWiki mode is active in any buffer, essentially, I can type that out and it'll recognize it. Notice, so that's not a wiki word. So it's highlighting and it's unhighlighting right as I type. So again, you can embed these as org links in org. There's a special format like this, HiWiki word, that you can make an org link if I was in org mode, just like that. So there's all sorts of compatibility, but basically it's just words, and HiWiki takes care of the rest for you. So there's a directory where all these, it's HiWiki, ~/HiWiki is the default place where all these would be found. And there's a menu now in Hyperbole for HiWiki H. And you can see it has a lot of capabilities, but I can say D, go into the directory of all the files, just pull them up. And any of these you'll see, well, let me give you one, like business has a lot of links in it. Oh, that one's pretty small too. How about Emacs Me? Okay, so you can see the other wiki words being highlighted in here. So it's very fast too. There's almost no delay for anything, and yet very flexible. And you have this ability, where you could type Emacs section -1-2 if you didn't have delimiters around it, but you can put any delimiters like double quotes or parentheses, and then it'll match without you having to change the header at all, with the spaces included. And all of those, will get recognized. I don't know if the section exists right there. So anyway, a lot of capability. You can see that here where I did the hi, it actually highlights as an org link because it is an org link, and it'll operate just like any other org link, even though it's a HiWiki word link as well. So very powerful stuff, and totally integrated with org mode throughout.
Great. There's another question. Are there any talks from this year's EmacsConf that discuss things that would work well with Hyperbole?
Oh, unfortunately I had to work yesterday, so I haven't been following the conference as much as I do. Maybe somebody else could comment on that, but I think, again, it's like pick your favorite mode, pick your favorite type of information. Can Hyperbole work with that? The answer is almost always yes. So, if I show you just a little bit, if I show you some of these implicit button types, just so you know the amount of code involved to create a type. So here's like a mail recognizing an email address as a button. It's a little long so that it creates a lot of things, but it's less than 15 lines of code for that. Path names are complicated, so that's a longer one. But let's look at, so here's one recognizing a bibliography entry. So, can be between 2 and 20 lines of code to create an entirely new button type. And you create it once, and you just add it to the set of types, just like a defun, except it's done with this macro called def implicit button type and defib, and it's part of your hyperlinking system forever then. So say you got dumped with 5,000 documents that were in this weird text format, and they all had cross references among them, but it was, again, using a weird format. You could just write your own little type for that, and then those 5,000 documents are hyperlinked for you every time you're browsing them in Emacs automatically. So we do that all the time, create small things, but all of these are built into Hyperbole. Markdown links, tech info links, all of that's automatic. I could even be in a shell mode, and I just say ls, and these are hyperlinks that Hyperbole understands. Right, it just jumps right to the file. So grep-n, looking at any line numbers, you don't have to remember all these different commands anymore. You just hit made a return, and Hyperbole does the right thing in all these different contexts, including following cross references in code. So I would say that's your answer. Most things that people are talking about, we've already probably integrated with Hyperbole, or with a little bit of custom coding, you can do it.
I think that's the end of the Etherpad questions for now, but I see a number of people in the room, so you can continue with the conversation. We'll be on the stream for another 5 minutes or so, but yes, please go ahead.
Great. Yeah, I mean, people, does everybody can talk on the conference? I was expecting to just talk with people here. Let's see. Yeah. Can anybody say anything here?
Hi, Bob. I can say something.
Hey, Matt.
Hi.
Yeah. Maybe you want to bring up a topic.
Yes, sorry, Bob. I think I saw a question here on IRC. It's okay. It was like this. Interesting, but the many different link formats makes reading and analyzing my notes much harder and less usable outside Emacs. I don't know if you have some comment on that.
Well, I mean, the different formats that you're saying, like angle brackets or curly braces, are just so that you can utilize many different types of buttons. But if you just want to use key sequences, there's only one markup format. With org, you've got the square brackets, which are consistent, but in order to have different types, you have to type a prefix name, like you see the HY for the HiWiki buttons in org mode. So, I think the trade-off is pretty much the same, but Hyperbole always works to minimize the amount of markup. Markdown is pretty simple. A lot of people like that, but I think you'll find in Hyperbole texts, they read just like regular language. I mean, the delimiters are fairly invisible. So I'm not sure what the issue is there. And again, you can choose your own. You can make your own types with your own delimiters. There's even a custom macro that, instead of using that defib where you have to type out Lisp code, you can use regular expressions. And in one line, you can define your own type of button with its own delimiters. So, depending on what works well for your eyes, you can make Hyperbole adapt quite well to that. And again, if you start using the HiWiki, there's literally zero markup on that. So you're just reading text, and when you want something hyperlinked, it's like a glossary or a dictionary entry. It's just there, and it's just highlighted in the text. So I don't see much barrier to using it with many different types of documents. Let me go back to the Emacs here. If there are any other questions, let me see. go back to this K outline here. So we covered HiWiki. We're in the, I'll just show you some things that we wanted to highlight if people didn't have specific questions. But feel free to jump in anytime if you want to ask something. So what we're looking at here is a K outliner document. There's, hyperbole is pretty well documented. There's a large manual. There's interactive demos of it, and there are videos as well. But the K outliner is unique in Emacs because it can do like full legal auto numbering.
Next, we have Gardening in Emacs, a Windows user's tale of tending, tweaking, and triumph by Marco Bresciani. You can ask questions via Etherpad and IRC. We'll send them to the speaker, and we'll post the answers on the talk page afterwards.
Hello everyone, my name is Marco and today I talk about gardening with Emacs. Gardening? Yes, well, digital gardening obviously. But first one thing, I'm sorry, yes, I'm a Microsoft Windows user. I know, I said I'm sorry. Please stick with me, do not skip this talk. Promise I'll show you only free software. And speaking about free software, yes, this presentation is not made with Emacs, but I made it with LibreOffice. So, what is a digital garden? A digital garden is your personal corner of the internet to cultivate ideas. Think of it like a real garden where you plant seeds, your new thoughts. You water them, you add the details, and watch them grow. Unlike a fixed date blog, which shows only polished results, a garden includes works in progress, like seedlings in a greenhouse. It's a network of nodes connected by links and tags, helping you see patterns in your thinking. Here, the ideas are not static. They evolve as you learn, creating a living archive of your mind, just like the plants in a garden grow. Also, here, instead of the blog platform, you decide the tools, the look, and your pace. I'll show you how I run my garden with plain org mode files and our favorite Emacs. In short, a digital garden is a flexible, pressure-free space to explore, learn in public, and connect the knowledge, your own digital ecosystem. Why a digital garden? Well, a digital garden keeps knowledge alive. Instead of freezing content after publish, you revisit and refine it so ideas stay accurate and useful. By sharing half-formed thoughts early, you lower the barrier to writing and let concepts evolve gradually. No need to wait for one perfect essay. Links and tags wave ideas together, revealing unexpected patterns that isolated posts would hide. This approach sheds perfectionism, encouraging small, regular updates that build momentum and invite collaboration. Well, actually, even not regular updates are fine. Early readers can offer feedbacks, share resources, or identify blind spots, accelerating your and their improvement. Over time, your garden can become a searchable showcase of your thinking, a living resume for collaborators, peers, or anyone curious about how you learn. And what about me? Why a digital garden? Well, I actually have started a digital garden to learn Emacs and org mode. How to digital garden? Well, start simple. Pick one place for your notes and put them online. Even the worst GitHub ever out there is fine. Then, well, maybe you can move out of GitHub, but that's another story. Capture your ideas quickly, publish them, even rough, and maybe if you want, tag them as seeds to let the other people know they are rough. Learn in public is useful because link related pages so that readers can walk through your thinking, helping them see your connections. Once a week or whenever you want, prune outdated pieces if you want, or keep them there, and add fresh insights if you have any. Share your updates openly, invite comments, because steady small steps will keep the garden thriving. What about me? How I do digital garden? Well, with Emacs, with org mode, and it's publishing to HTML file, and we will see it in a moment. How to make Emacs portable on Windows is the first topic. Well, being in Windows, I have the advantage and the possibility to bring and use my data and software basically everywhere. Home, office, my sister-in-law's PC when she needs technical help, friends, and the like. So for these reasons, it's been many, many years I'm using exclusively portable applications that do not need an installation and bring their own data and configuration bundled together. And now, also Emacs is portable inside my tiny, really tiny USB key. How? I mean, not being sure if my USB key drive letter will be D colon, E colon, K colon, or whatever other drive letter will be assigned to it by the system I'm plugging it into, how can I specify to Emacs that its home folder is on my USB? Well, I could maybe have used relative paths, but then where's the fun of hacking things? The trick here is the not so well-known tilde TP0 system variable that contains the execution directory full path of the executable file. And yes, it ends with a backslash, so composing it with other literal paths is ugly as well. The tilde TP0 variable is only available inside a batch file during its execution and expands to the drive, the D, and the path, the P, in which that batch file, the 0th command line parameter, is located. That obviously cannot change because it's executing. The data are obtained from the %0 system variable that contains the batch file name. I actually have never tried, but it should even allow to let the batch run from a UNC network location with no mapped drive letter at all. And that's the batch file I'm using to run Emacs with an automatically selected and fixed Emacs folder, Emacs home folder, sibling of the unzipped Emacs one, regardless the computer I'm in and the assigned drive letter. If you need a portable Emacs, this is probably the simplest way to go. Just put the runemacs.bat file in your unzipped Emacs, well, 30.2 actually now, bin folder, and your Emacs and its configuration will always be there with you. With this, I'm basically creating the possibility to bring my own digital garden with me, just like a little desk Zen garden, and together with it, also all the tools that I need to work on it, always with me in my USB key. Speaking about configuration, here comes the second topic, my Emacs customization. Having a portable Emacs allows to always have the configuration with me. Yes, okay, but which configuration? Well, obviously, I'm speaking of the init.el file that lives inside the emacs.d folder in my Emacs home portable configuration folder that we just saw. I'm not an Emacs expert, but I want to highlight a point here that has to be clear to every one of us. The set of basic considerations I had for text width, tabs versus spaces, trailing spaces, and so on. As you can see here, I'm pretty opinionated, but this is the important part. We are lucky enough to be able to use Emacs, that is presumably the most highly configurable tool ever. So let's use it. Remember that it's your Emacs and you can and must configure it for your needs, even if it might seem ridiculous to others. Here, the configuration you see is not the important part. The important part is how you feel with your configuration. For example, I have a fill column indicator at 72 characters. I prefer spaces instead of tabs, no trailing spaces, truncate lines, and so on. It might seem weird to some of you, and to most of my colleagues and friends as well, but that's another story. And it might even be. But I'm comfortable with my configuration, and you should be with yours too. That is, as an owner and worker of my own digital garden, it's obviously easier for me to choose my own tools and adapt those to my needs instead of the opposite. If I want to put the roses in a circle instead of a row, that is maybe the best practice, who cares? It's my garden and I use it as I want. Continuing on the configuration party, the third topic is Plant UML and Japanese. Why those two are listed together? Well, they are weird enough to be both part of my configuration. First, I think Plant UML is a very nice and powerful tool, so integrating it in Emacs is pretty useful, even if I'm currently using it only to generate SVG images when publishing my digital garden to HTML. There are some pain points that I still have to solve, and I know that it's also possible to use it for previewing diagrams directly in Emacs without publishing, but maybe I don't need this feature at the moment. And I have to thank our favorite Sacha Chua here, because she taught me through Mastodon how to automatically answer yes when publishing in HTML every time that Plant UML has to regenerate an SVG. So thank you, Sacha. Moving to Japanese, let me go back to the previous slide for a moment to show you a bit more in detail the coding system I've configured, if this PC is helping me in moving back to the previous slide. Okay, so let me, no, it's not working, it's not, okay. So, speaking about Japanese, I have studied Japanese. My wife is Japanese, but that's a detail. So I frequently write in Japanese, and I wanted to write in Japanese also inside Emacs. I learned, as you can see, that UTF-8 DOS is a more than enough coding system to allow me writing in the same file both Italian with all our accented letters and Japanese through Windows IME system. This allows me to properly write, save, read files, but it was not enough for copying pasting Japanese text. If I copied some Japanese text from the browser or even from another text editor, it didn't work. It only pasted rubbish in Emacs until I found out that for whatever reason I had to use, as you can see in bold, UTF-16LE DOS for the selection coding system. And this basically allows me to copy Japanese from another file, text editor, browser, whatever, and paste it in Emacs and vice versa. So the lesson here is, if you need European languages and Japanese inside your Emacs, well, this coding system works. Let me go back to Plant UML and Japanese. Another interesting thing about Japanese is this nice macro I found in the Emacs mailing list to add furikana to Japanese kanjis when exporting or publishing to HTML. It's actually even possible to do the same with LaTeX export and publish, and I'll give you some references later. It's very useful because I can show, as you can see on the example at the bottom, I can show the easier to read pronunciation even for readers with really basic knowledge of Japanese. And it's also useful to myself actually to remember how to pronounce those kanjis. For those of you that have no idea on how to read or write Japanese, well, sorry. As you can see, the garden evolved from the beginning on how to use Emacs and org mode, and it's evolving further. And here it's becoming open to different plants and plant UMLs, and also be able to adapt to different foreign visitors' needs. Third topic, my org mode publishing configuration, or where the digital garden is born. The latest but not least part of the creation and tending of my digital garden is the publishing file that is needed to export the whole org mode project into HTML. Here I do not have many fancy configurations, even though I'm copying the publishing.el file itself in the output folder to make it available in the published version of the garden. Also, I have added the mentioned configuration to manage SVG or PNG export from plant UML. Thank you again, Sacha. And I'm also forcing HTML5 without scripts as the result format. Together with this, I also have a fancy CSS addition to the default one that uses the system font stack concept to harmonize fonts with readers' local systems without downloading or injecting external fonts. I've customized links and tags a bit with the CSS together with tables and some other pieces here and there, but nothing too much fancy. So this is one not so random page of my digital garden, or my knowledge kare sansui, my knowledge Zen garden, as I prefer to call it. This is specifically the page related to write about the digital garden concept itself, as a sort of meta writing. You can see the different rendering of the links, depending if they are internal in blue or external to the garden in grayish. You can see the Japanese furigana on top of the kanjis, and you also can see the automatic table of contents, the custom aside component that highlights the latest modification date, and so on. Everything I've spoke about here is available in my digital garden, in my knowledge kare sansui, again, as a sort of self-description of the digital garden itself. Thank you, everyone, for being with me till the end. So as I said, if you want more details about these topics, take a look at my knowledge kare sansui. The link is here. And feel free to contact me through Delta Chat at this email address. Yes, I know, it's a Microsoft email address. It's an old one. I recycled it. I know, it's my fault. Thank you again, and happy Emacs, everyone.
Next, we have Book Club Tapas by Maddie Sullivan. She will answer questions via web conference. You can join using the URL from the talk page or ask questions through Etherpad or IRC.
All right. Hi, everyone. Happy EmacsConf. I am so excited to be here. It's surreal to be part of the conference itself, in addition to being a viewer. EmacsConf is like Christmas to me, and I am so excited when it comes around every year. Today, my talk is on a programming methodology that I've created, discovered, stumbled upon. I call it Book Club Tapas. Before we get into that, let me introduce myself. My name is Maddie Sullivan, and my pronouns are she, her. I go by the handle Elephant Ergonomics, which is shortened down to Elephant Ergo in the IRC. You can reach out to me after the talk for questions, comments, or just to say hello by reaching out to hello@elephantergonomics.com. So, this software development strategy I found, it's inspired by literate programming and agile. So, what exactly is Book Club Tapas? Book Club Tapas is a conversation that you have with yourself. It's a log and a ledger of your intentions, hopes, dreams, and what you've learned over the course of development. Book Club Tapas is an oracle you can consult about the state of and the strategies behind your development process. Book Club Tapas is also a peer programming partner that helps you decide how to best put forward your efforts and how to best pull together what you're working on. Book Club Tapas will also help you to understand how to tailor scope to your needs and how to have the best parts of your program shine through clearly. Book Club Tapas consists of two parts, Book Club and Tapas. But what does that mean exactly, though? Book Club is a reverse literate development strategy. Book Club is a time for you to write and then read and reflect. It's like a book club, but it's for your program. Instead of inserting narration into your code to narrativize what you're accomplishing, you are instead inserting snippets of code into your narrative to make it come alive. So, what are we narrativizing exactly? What sort of story are we telling? Book Club is the story of you, your program, and how your efforts are allowing your program to come into the world. Software developers naturally have to wear a lot of different hats and take on a lot of different roles. We apply ourselves into a lot of different contexts. We do research, interface architecture design, mathematics, philosophy. We take in the world around us and then build abstractions to model it. We translate the abstract into the concrete, and then when we're trying to teach software how to be smart, we translate the concrete back into the abstract. I can't help but feel like so much of what makes software development difficult is just trying to remember and keep track of everything. We have to try and remember so many different implementational details. We have to remember how our own code works, how the API of our dependencies work, how relevant real-world constraints behave, what the standards lay out, and how our data structures are laid out. When we're debugging, we simultaneously have to remember how our program is currently behaving, as well as how the program ought to behave in order to get a chance to reconcile that gap. It's honestly all way too much. We need a ledger of what we're actually doing in order to stay sane. I think a really effective way to make sense of things that are complex and important is to narrativize them, to turn them into stories. This is a strategy that humans have been using for a long time. Mnemonic devices, metaphors, and drawing parallels are all different ways of doing just this. Telling stories helps us to understand things that are big and complex by grounding them in our own experience and making it fit into our scale. So, because the way that everyone naturally tells stories is going to be a little different, because the details that strike us as important and worth focusing on are going to be different for different people, I'm not going to say that there are hard and fast rules about how book club should work, because how it should work is however it best fits your needs. Different people and different projects have different backgrounds and mindsets. And I don't think it's my place to say what strategy is correct as universal law, because book club tapas is, after all, just something I've sort of stumbled into. Book club is intrinsically ad hoc. My providing a prescription of strategy is basically going to begin and end with the idea that you write a reverse literate document that illustrates how you've gone about writing your program. But, all of that being said, I'm going to talk about how I've laid out my book club files and why I think this is a solid place from which to get started. So my stock, off-the-shelf suggestions for just getting started is to have sections for our overarching goal, our development goals, a place for scratch work, a test suite, research, and then finally sections for variables, functions, and macros. So we have our starter kit sections. How do we go about using them? How do we get started? Well, we write them, out in our org document, but then what do? We start by writing what we know. We have a spark, a vision. We had the beginning of an idea of what we wanted our program to do. Alternatively, maybe we had a client layer goals out. Either way, we have some idea of how we want our program to be shaped. Let's start by writing that down. What are we trying to do? What is our goal? After that, we're probably wondering to ourselves, okay, we have our goal, but how do we get there? That's when we start writing our development focuses. If we have bursts of intuition about what functions to write, questions that we want to answer through research, we start enumerating those every time they hit us. Our goal is to write them all down in a checklist in order to turn them from daydreams into courses of action. If we aren't having development focuses hit us right away, that's okay. If we just stare at the goal for long enough, I think it's inevitable that the muse will speak and we'll get a clear lead on a path forward. So now what? Now that we have our development focuses, we want to go ahead and create the rest of the headings for ourselves so we can act upon them. We go ahead and write the rest of the file structure ad hoc in a way that will serve our needs for now. If it's not fitting us well later on, we can just go ahead and change it. There's no pressure. That's the beauty of having this all be in a plain org document. If we're doing something consistently, we probably want to have a heading for it. We'll go ahead and create homes for our variables, our functions, our macros. We'll want to create a spot for scratch work to sort of like stretch our legs and lament in a stream of consciousness sort of format about how a particular piece of design ought to work. Basically, anytime we wear a different hat or we take on a different role as a developer, it's worth considering creating a category for it. The best way for us to figure out what headings to fill in and how to fill them in is to just go ahead and act upon our development goals. If we have a question we want to answer, we'll want to create a research heading so we can go ahead and have a spot for our scratch work, for reasoning things out. If we want to write the first draft of a function we want, we'll want to create a heading for functions and then a subheading for that function in particular. So now that we've filled in our sections, what do we do now? Our idea for a program has been turned into a story, but what does that actually get us? To me, a lot of what's exciting about Book Club is that novelization goes in and a peer programming partner comes out. As we loop through reviewing our document, as we scan it up and down, we're able to engage in conversationality with our past self because of how verbose we've been in our notes. We can ask our past self questions and get back answers. We've turned our past self into a peer programming partner. If we're wondering what to do next, we can check our development focuses. If we're wondering how something works, we can read documentation embedded in our function drafts. Or we can read the outcomes of tests that we've performed in our research. We can ask ourselves questions and get answers. Some of what's most exciting about peer programming to me is having fresh perspective and alternate context. we have a fresh set of eyes on the program that aren't our own. And with that set of eyes, comes someone else to share the burden of trying to remember everything. With Book Club, instead of having a peer programmer that exists in physical space, we have one that's, to get all sci-fi for a moment, reaching forward towards us from backward in time. We're asynchronously working with our past selves as an equal role collaborative partner in development. We have their perspective, their fresh memories of the code as it was written, and their focus on what was worth worrying about at a different point in time. We can ask them questions and get answers. We can ask them questions like, well, what do I do now? How does this data structure work? What types does this third-party library take? By asking these questions, I can even stay fresh on development progress that I last touched months ago. It's really easy to duplicate work, forget how things work, lose track of priorities. Book Club helps keep us focused. It keeps us accountable. It even keeps us company. One of the most immediately useful things about Book Club, in my opinion, is that we immediately have a list of actionable items. Every time I have a little pain point, I go ahead and write it down, and I write down all of the things that would be nice to have done someday. So you might be wondering, and it's fair to wonder this, isn't this effectively just the GitHub issue model? We're listing out bug requests, issue requests, feature requests. It's not exactly a new idea, and it's pretty intuitive. I think the important consideration here is that having really formalized apparatus for entering in our thoughts can be an unnecessary source of friction. Bug listings don't tend to be a great fit for daydreaming or verbose considerations of philosophy. Bug listings tend to be reserved for catastrophes. I feel like a lot of the tooling that we currently use really struggles with creating ergonomics that make taking frictionless notes difficult. We have systems where all the disparate parts of what we're working on feel really far away from each other. We're pushed away from engaging in conversations with ourselves as a result of how disparate all of our tooling feels, how the process of working with it is incongruent. My hope is that we can instead engage with a process that makes it really trivial to write impulsive journaling about what we're doing. So much of design is ultimately just daydreaming. Good ideas tend to strike us hard in a momentary flash of inspiration, and then they fade just as quickly. Anyone who's had an idea all at once in the middle of the night knows that they're going to have to choose between either committing to writing it down or accept that by morning they'll have lost it. If we're not writing what strikes us as important at the same moment that it's happening, we're going to lose it. It's not realistic to expect ourselves to hold onto our ideas forever with the same precision as when we were first inspired. Okay. I'm going to call you out real quick. If I ask all of you, who wants to read really excellent documentation? I imagine that everyone here is raising their hand. We want code to make sense, and we want to know what the original developer had in mind. Even the original developer themselves would want this just for their own sake. I know that for me, I can even feel things becoming less fresh just after a couple months away from my code base. And that was me from a couple months ago. They're not around anymore. Now, here's the rough part. Here's what I'm really going to call you all out. Who wants to write really excellent documentation? Now, I don't know what's happening on your end, but I'm imagining crickets, silence, tumbleweeds blowing through to the horizon. It's a tough ask. It's not generally all that rewarding. If you're writing docs from scratch, a lot of it involves relearning the intentions behind crusty old code. For me, it hurts to not spend that same time implementing bug fixes and new features. It just doesn't feel like a great use of my time. Even if it's strictly for my own codebase, for my own use, it's hard to sit down and do it even when I know how much I would benefit from it. My thinking is that when you write rough, piecewise daydreaming as you go, it's so much easier to not only begin writing documentation early in your process, but also to stay consistent about not slouching into an accumulation of a backlog. So not only does writing documentation early make us more likely to keep that habit going, but it also makes the documentation we do write way more robust. When fiction meets reality, and we start writing out code that is constrained by the real world and not just our imagination, we learn that things we assumed about our design aren't going to work out in practice. And because of this, we can enter into a sort of situation akin to boiling a frog in a pot of water. Frogs don't notice that they're being boiled if the water is only heated gradually enough. We decide to adjust our design only a little bit without changing the documentation right away. Doing that once is fine, but I don't believe for a second that we're only going to do it once. We can find ourselves surprised that as time goes on, our code looks nothing like our spec, and we lose the thread of what our code was supposed to do in the first place. When we stake our intentions clearly and early, you ground yourself in them. You reduce the risk of straying from them. You have clear reference for what you want your code to do, and you reduce the risk of having its purpose shift over time. When we take turns alternating between writing code and documentation rather than acting, as having it all as one step, we risk taking turns just moving our goalpost back and forth. So we've seen how book club files get us all sorts of amazing features and practical benefits, but we might be starting to notice a pattern as we continue to engage in conversation and work with our document and watch it grow in size. We originally created our book club file with the hope to reduce what we would need to keep track of and to reduce our level of overwhelm. We might find that as our book club file grows, we're encountering more detail than we can practically parse, manage, and decipher intention from. It can be easy to enter into a situation where we're drowning in the breadth of our notes, and in doing so, we've recreated the same problem we originally set out to solve. Writing out every single detail helps us a lot to make sense of things at first, but then after a while, we can encounter a signal to noise problem when we try to make meaning from too many details. This is where tapas come in. So tapas in Spanish cuisine are appetizers. What's notable about tapas is that you can bring a bunch of them together to make a full meal. In the context of book club tapas, they serve a similar role. The idea is that we write flavorful libraries that together form a full program. We have a full program, but it's made from discrete modules. The idea behind tapas is that instead of creating one perfect, solves everything code base, we want to create a whole bunch of separate libraries that themselves nail a specific subdomain. And once these libraries are all brought together, they form the whole that we're seeking. Once our book club file becomes big enough such that we feel like our scope can be split into multiple libraries, that's when we want to take the opportunity to split our program up into parts, into tapas. So maybe one of the best ways to understand what makes a good tapa is to first examine what does not make a good tapa. The single most important thing to understand about tapas is that they themselves are substantial. There's a lot of back and forth on the idea of microlibraries, their merits, their dangers, and when and where they kind of work best. I think the distinction that I would like to draw is that I think that tapas belong in the larger end of scale and complexity for microlibraries, rather than the smaller end. I think particularly small helpers, like NPMs is odd, are a good example of something I think does not constitute a good tapa. Meanwhile, I think Python's request library is a really good example of a tapa. I believe requests only does HTTP connections, but I feel like that's not so simple and straightforward that you can just go ahead and implement it on your own real quick. A real danger of creating helper libraries that are too small is that we don't remove abstraction nearly as much as we postpone it. If our libraries are small, but the glue code that binds them is large, We haven't done anything to reduce complexity or employ abstraction in a meaningful way. If all of the complexity exists in our glue code, we've simply replaced our functions with libraries of the same size and purpose. Our codebase is still monolithic instead of having meaningfully divided scope. I think that a good TAPA ought to feel like augmentations or extensions to the standard library. Maybe something kind of akin to Scheme's Surfy system. I think that the goal of good tapas is not to solve a particular problem, but instead to solve a particular class of problem. The goal of a well-written tapa is to solve needing to do hard work in general, rather than solving what can only really be an individual need of an individual program. I feel like tapas are most helpful when we instead seek to solve a larger, overarching problem that intersects with the problem space of our codebase. When we have a handful of tapas that are roughly the same size and scale, the glue code that marries them is also roughly the same size and scale. As a heuristic, I try to aim for any function being approximately 3 calls in length, and then any tapa being between like 6 and 12 function calls. Between 6 and 12 functions in length. The number of tapas themselves can be as many or as few as you need, but then your tapas can split into their own separate tapas as needed. My hope is that the collection of our tapas, especially as we create dependency chains among them, is that each next tapa is a trivial case of the one prerequisite to it. Every tapa is a meaningful, human-readable abstraction that enables us to feel confident about our tooling without drowning in detail. The whole stack can be understood by humans, but we only have to focus on any one piece of it at a time, rather than focusing on the entire stack all at once. We can practically achieve a huge final product, but each individual step in working towards that goal is still at a human scale. One thing I want to make sure to point out explicitly real quick is that having access to a hygienic macro system like the ones that we have in Lisps makes for an amazing experience for creating tapas. The types of abstractions that we can do by modifying syntax at compile time makes for incredibly intuitive and ergonomic tooling. So we've talked quite a bit about what I think makes a tapa good, but I think maybe the best way to understand the concept is to have a look at the whole workflow in practice. I've been working on this currently unnamed eLisp program recently. It's a validator for the file tags lines of my org mode files. So I have org mode files under my directory, under my documents directory, organized in this hierarchical way, and the nested directories have meaningful names. I want the headers of my org files to be tagged in accordance with the sequence of the names of the directories. So I do this by having a file tags line at the top of the file, just list the path segments in order. So if I have an org file in the directory ~documents foo bar, the file tags line has the tags foo and bar. This is totally fine to do by hand. But I want a program that recursively searches through my directories to validate that the tags are correct, because it's easy to drop something. This scale of problem is actually kind of perfect for demonstrating how book club tapas work in action. We have a problem that's mostly rather simple, but it has a lot of moving pieces. We want to iterate over directories recursively. We want to do string manipulation. We want to parse buffers, and we want to edit buffers. All of these tasks are simple enough on their own, but it's deceptively easy to start tripping over ourselves when we feel like it's necessary to do all of these different things in one step. So, there are a ton of great string manipulation tools for Emacs, so that's checked off, that's done, taken care of. I'm still kind of daydreaming about writing a wrapper around some of the, Emacs standard libraries for directory traversal, just to make it a little bit nicer to work with. But the big thing that really struck me as odd is that there doesn't seem to be a great tooling for destructuring Emacs buffers beyond just chaining together a bunch of editor commands. Emacs is so buffer-oriented, I feel like it really deserves a good library for programmatic buffer destructuring. I looked around for a bit, but I couldn't really find anything. So, at the end of the day, I could definitely just grit my teeth and put my head down and just use tools that feel cumbersome to work with if I wanted to. I could write something that's good enough just for the purpose of my package and then hide it deep inside the code base. I could absolutely do that. But I can't help but think about how after I properly write the tooling I'm missing, I'm really going to be thanking myself in terms of reduced implementational complexity, reduced bug hunting, real reusability, and ultimately really just a deep sense of pride in knowing that I took the time to do something in a way that feels right. This right here is the perfect time to split off tapas. Anytime that we find ourselves reaching for a fictional dependency, wishing that someone had written a library like this, we can take that opportunity to remember that we are someone. We can write that library ourselves, and we deserve to write that library because we deserve to get to use it. So I'm going to briefly show a booklet buffer for a program called Squint. It's the buffer destructurer that I've been talking about, and it's real. It's a wrapper around Emacs's narrowing functionality and regular expression search. It's not totally done, and we'll likely see some breaking changes, but I really like where it is. I'll be posting it in its current state on some of the big source repository sites relatively soon. I think it has a good future, which is really quite exciting, and it'll likely probably get split off into its own tapas. We'll see. No matter what, I do recommend being on the lookout for it because I think it'll be a really excellent demonstration of some of the solid ideas behind how to get rolling with Book Club tapas. So I have my background section where I'm basically just sort of laying out, what the objective is for the program. I have my vision where I'm doing some daydreaming about, how this all ought to work. I date stamp this, as you can see. It's from a while ago, but I still have the full context of, all the things that I've done working on this. I listed out a bunch of ideas for different forms, for functions, macros. I did different pieces of research. Yeah, I was trying to figure out for the width restriction macro, what types does it take? And I did a whole bunch of tests to try and ultimately figure it out. Because it claims in the documentation, I believe, that it will just take any type for labels. But in my testing, that's not ultimately what I found. The results of my tests is that symbols, numbers, they work. Strings do not. I'm not sure why that is, but for my purposes, this is what I need to know. I have my development focuses here, so I have my assorted goals for different directions I want to take the program. And then lastly, I have, my functions, my macros. And this right here is the titular macro. This is the, ultimately the big meat of the program. And it's all contained happily organized inside of my book club file. I'm quite happy with it. I think it looks really nice. So what else does Book Club Tapas do? I don't know. It probably does a lot of stuff. Does all sorts of stuff that I don't know about yet, but this is where you come in. I'm really excited to see what people do when they take these ideas and run with them. And if you have something really cool you're doing with it, please email me and come talk to me about it. I'd love to hear about it. Again, my email is hello@elephantergonomics.com. So last, before we wrap up, I want to go ahead and give a quick plug for my services. I am an independent software engineer that has an emphasis in backend design and general automation. In particular, I have an emphasis in that really cool new generative AI thing that everyone's been talking about recently. If you have a headache, you have some sort of pain point for your small or large business, you wish you could just wiggle your nose and have disappear, come talk to me. I'll make it disappear. I love doing that. Reach out to me at hello@elephantergonomics.com. If you think that Book Club Tapas would be a great fit for your team and your project, I'd love to hop on and help you get the ball rolling quickly. Go ahead and email me at hello@elephantergonomics.com. Lastly, if you're a member of the larger Lisp community and you want to fund independent software development for things that really excite you, for passion projects that make our ecosystem richer, I'd love to look into accepting independent funding so I can commit more hours toward making that happen. Some of the projects that I want to work on are a Python foreign function interface for Guile Scheme, a framework for rapidly creating simulation games that feels just as simple as writing Emacs configurations. Want to work on getting a full graphical web browser inside of Emacs. And I want to finish programs like Swind. These are just some of the projects I want to work on, but I need funding to do so. If you want to see these things happen, send me an email at hello@elephantergonomics.com with both your intention to pledge a monthly contribution, as well as clarification, a sort of vote on which project you would like to see me prioritize. I would love to have folks reach out for any of these reasons. I would just love to talk to you. Thank you so much for watching. I really hope that the talk was interesting, and I'm really excited to see your thoughts and questions right now in the Q&A. Thank you so much for watching. Bye!
It's connecting to the audio. I'm going to rearrange the screen. Plop. And start the recording. All right, take it away.
Okay, am I... Wait, are we live? Are we...
Yes, we're live.
Oh man, holy moly. Oh, that's surreal. Hi, everyone. Oh man. So excited to be here. So good to see all of you. Okay. So, should we just go ahead and get right into it? Yeah, let me see here. Okay, so I have... Yeah, I see some questions coming in.
Perfect.
I'm gonna show my share my screen real quick. So we have currently we have a sort of a Drost thing going. And so I just wanted to, while we're waiting for some more stuff to come in, I just wanted to sort of idle on this buffer here.
If you increase your font size slightly, that might be even nicer.
Yes, absolutely. Gladly. Whoa, okay. There we go.
All right. The first question was looking for examples of files in book club style. The person says, that seems to be related to what I've been doing, but coming from different influences.
Yes. So I included a let me see, I'm just looking at the IRC here and smiling all the people. So yeah, so I provided a link. So I think that an excellent, so I have gone ahead and provided the the link to the repo, and I'm going to go ahead and post that again. So this should serve as a full example of what a just sort of standard book club file looks like. And if anyone has like specific questions about anything in particular they would love to see my sort of like walkthrough and narrate like specifically, any place in this file that they would like to see me sort of like go over live, I would be super happy to do that. Yeah, so I have the whole, more or less complete book club file for Squint pulled up here. Yeah, I have the I have my vision laid out, which has my initial sort of goal. The background and the vision sort of combine to lay out what my general sort of goal is. Wait, I just realized. Let me kill my stream there. There we go. Saving.
All right. There's another question. The product of a Tapa like Squint.org would be pure gold for an agent like Claude Code. Have you experimented with providing an agent with a final output and letting it chew through to-dos?
That would be a really excellent question. I actually just kind of recently got into Claude in particular. I'd played quite a bit with GPT and a lot of 8 billion parameter local models, and I was never super impressed. It always felt like I was, just sort of wrangling to get it on the same page, whether as a result of sycophantism or really just not having enough parameters in order to understand the context of what's going on. Claude has completely changed my perception of what an LLM can do or not. It makes autonomy not seem like a total fever dream. I have definitely been curious about how an LLM would react to book club files. I think that, yeah, especially like I've been daydreaming a little bit about, having it generate Scratch artifacts or suggesting, different changes to the format. It's like, yeah, the fact that this is all like super, the goal and the hope for all of this is that we're being verbose about our thinking anyway. This is, sort of by default, deep reasoning kind of works. I actually think that I totally agree. It would be a great fit. I have yet to personally do it because I've always been just a little bit weary about well, if I'm writing a program, I want to write it. It's people often talk about I just want to hand off the boring parts to Claude. But the thing is if I'm writing eLisp, I find the whole thing to be kind of fun. Be super interested in just sort of as a point of exercise, like seeing what it's capable of, because I really do think that this would be kind of an ideal environment. It is kind of close to native-ish how LLMs think. There's also of course the privacy angle. I don't necessarily want to provide it a whole bunch of code verbatim that I intend to GPL3. But I believe that Claude kind of has a better policy in terms of what does and does not become training data. I'll have to look into Claude in particular because I feel like that would be my target for it. But yeah, I think that's definitely onto something. I've definitely thought about this. I've definitely been really curious about this.
Next question. Do you think every Tapa should have its own book club file as well, or would you rather keep just one book club file in the top of the project?
So I think that I definitely would advise that each Tapa have its own book club file. And the reason being is because I find that for me personally, the way that my brain kind of works is that out of sight, out of mind is very literal for me. I find that what am I thinking of? Sorry, I just saw that I got an email and I'm like, yay, okay, cool.
Case in point, right?
But,
we were at case in point, out of sight, out of mind.
Yes, no, absolutely. Yeah, no, exactly. I'm definitely quite ADHD, and it works for my advantage because it provides all sorts of versatility. This is another great advantage of book club. If you have an ADHD mind, like I do, where you love jumping around and working on all sorts of different pieces simultaneously. You don't like sitting down and doing the same thing all day unless it really latches onto you. You can pivot and you don't do anything. It really rewards the fact that you can pivot. So I find that to be really excellent. But to go back to the original question, I would definitely recommend, at least in my circumstance, I find it to be incredibly useful to have each TAPA be its own book club file rather than to have a unified file that holds all of your tapas. You can definitely do this, especially if you're using org to organize it hierarchically. It's just sort of a matter of preference and style at that point. So long as you're making a clear distinction between your tapas, that's the main thing that I would recommend no matter what, because the whole hope that I have is that you have a sort of separation of focus between the different the different focuses of your different tapas. They really should ideally feel like different programs, so that you're not getting over yourself, getting ahead of yourself. I think that on that basis, I would probably default to recommending that different tapas have their own separate book club files, because ideally they should kind of be different, sort of independent but related thoughts. But at the same time, I mean, this is coming from someone who has a billion small, or I had one giant org file for a long time and then realized that really didn't work for me. So now I have a billion tiny ones. So depending upon how you feel about, should I have one really big org file or a bunch of really little org files, I feel like that more or less gives your answer. I think it's whatever works best for you. I know that far and away what works best for me is having separate files. No matter what, you should have separation of concept though. But however you do that is best your judgment call.
Next question, how do you build habits when it comes to documentation? I tend to produce lots of documentation in one go, then effectively forget to do it for long periods of time and end up playing catch up, which results in a loss of precision, as you alluded to in your talk. In a work setting, when something goes on fire or priorities change, it can be hard to keep discipline. Would love your thoughts. Thanks.
Yes, absolutely. So what I tend to do is so really, so far, what I've been doing is that I haven't been making a conscious priority of writing documentation at all. And if that sounds contradictory to the talk, that is correct. What I mean by this is that I go about, is that when I'm writing code, when I'm writing drafts of my functions, the way that I tend to approach this, the way that I really emphasize the approach for it, is that I want to focus first and foremost on sort of just writing down what my internal monologue is for what I'm doing for that pass of working on the file. So my documentation existence of documents is ultimately an property from the fact that I am writing what I'm doing as I'm doing it. And it's more or less I'm just mashing out the stream of consciousness of what's going on inside my head as it's happening. So if we go down and we take a look at, so let's go ahead and take a look back at the macro. Really, this is kind of cheating because, mostly I would consider this to be self-documenting, but we all kind of know that in of itself is a slippery slope. That's not great. Because it's I could believe that this would be self-documenting if this was a 3-liner. It is not. Which, also goes to show me that this needs to be splitting into its own tapas. I intend to, write a tapa that's a sort of, that's a sort of macro builder that automatically, does the gensims for you. Something along the lines of, what's the common Lisp macro for that called. It's like there's some common Lisp faculty that does automatic gen-sim binding. I can't quite remember what it's called. A prior version of this talk had my live coding that, but that ended up sort of distracting from what I kind of wanted to nail out and focus on. But really, kind of what I do is that, let me see here if I can find some sort of, yeah, so I have in my research section sort of lay out like what the quirks of all this sort of are. I think my development focuses contain a little bit of what could be ultimately considered to be documentation. Yeah, as I'm looking through all of this, I'm kind of realizing that, like, yeah, there's stuff that are into documentation here, but it's all a little ad hoc. I would, in part, the design of this such that a doc string is sufficient for documentation. That is not the case currently.
All right, next question is, how do you write examples and tests? Hang on a second. There we go. Yes. I think that you mentioned that during the talk, but I couldn't find them on a very quick look at your org file in the Squint repo.
Yes. So my my use of the word test was a little bit creative. By that is my test validation of the code that I've written. I more or less tend to do I tend to try and write really small functions and have really aggressive validation by just making sure that, like, when I chain functions in the REPL, each step of them produces results that are really quite immediately and self-verifiably sane. Now, this isn't a great excuse to not use a test suite, but it's gotten me pretty far. What I mean by tests is that in the research sections, what I've done is, so I've created a sort of test in the sense that I have created a really highly representative case of the way that the program ultimately ought to behave. In doing so, I created a sort of embedded domain language that I have termed animal houses. And animal houses is a sort of markup language that has rather simple rules. This here is the entirety of the spec for animal houses. Not a grammar or anything, but like it is more or less breadth of everything that needs to be known about how animal houses works. And I've created animal houses because it is an ideal and incredibly simple circumstance for how to go about as needed tests for how Squint ultimately ought to work in practice. So when I'm doing research, what I do is I take the text of animal houses and I will go ahead and insert it into a buffer. And, I'll just create an ad hoc buffer. I just called it a woo. And then what I'll do is in my research sections, I will write, I'll write like step-by-step like instructions on how to go about with a REPL-driven definition using animal houses. So get the Squint pass label to width restriction correctly. Yeah, the tests conducted here indicate that it does not, and then I link to a development focus that effectively acts as my bug report, or sorry, my my bug for my bug listing for this particular problem that I've identified. I lay out some criteria of how to go about using the REPL to, I identify what I believe is sort of like the quarantined area that I found for the bug. And then test is that I will go about engaging with narration the step-by-step of how I produce the circumstances around the bug until I ultimately narrow all the way in and arrive at a conclusion.
Something's going on with the screen share. I can see your screen, but the server cannot see your screen updating. Sorry.
Oh, weird. Oh, no.
Can maybe you stop? Oh, yeah, and then we just redo it again. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
Thanks to someone who noticed the buffer time, the time in the mode line was not updating. Okay, let's try that again. Now it's short. Now it's updating. So let's
Gotcha. I hope that wasn't going on for too long. Yeah, hopefully
right.
What I was saying wasn't, completely indecipherable. It's just, yeah, let me see here. Yeah, so, yeah, this is the sample text for animal houses. This is the spec, not a formal grammar, but it is more or less the whole of the spec that you need to write a parser for animal houses. Most of the tests around Squint involve writing sort of ad hoc parsers for animal houses, just when I have it in its own buffer. I find more or less it's an excellent way of going about testing in an ad hoc sort of REPL-driven manner. That I, just sort of write regular that pull out the pieces of the sections of buffer that represent, the different fields and data types in association with the animals and the houses to which they belong. And then when I am engaging in research, what my research section is I'm ultimately just sort of like laying out, like, I'm sort of thinking to myself, is this working right? I feel like there's something here, something in this area. And I'll, ask myself, well, kind of like, what is it? What am I looking for? And then nail down, how am I going to go about looking for it? And narrow process of working with the REPL to sort of pin down like what exactly is going on and come to a conclusion on completely jumping out of order. Have you experimenting like whisper.el for doing speech to text as you think out loud into your book club? Well, now I am. I love that idea. That is awesome.
Yeah.
No, I love
like
that.
even with I only have a CPU, no GPU on mine. It does capture things a lot faster, and because it actually saves the recording to a WAV, or I guess you can configure it. In case it doesn't recognize something well, you can go back and check it. So that's nice. I like that more than the straight, speech text thing. And I've been mulling over the idea of having a keystroke save into a background buffer so that even when I'm looking at something else, I can dictate into my equivalent of the book club file.
Yes, absolutely. So you can be scrolling through documentation on, like, you can be scrolling through documentation on one screen, and you can be musing to yourself about, like, is this supposed to work this way? Like, like what in terms of, like, like, I see this function. It sounds like it's what I'm looking for. I don't know if the types are quite right. Like, I don't understand. It's named what I'm looking for, but I don't know what it's taking in. You can, like, reason through all of this. You're not even writing into the buffer that you're working with. But that's actually so cool.
Or you can tie it into the org capture process so that it can pick up an annotation automatically. Sorry, annotation is the link to the thing, whatever you're looking at.
Oh, that's super cool. Yes. No, I actually really love it. I haven't, like, hooking this all up to org capture at all. I actually really love that idea in of itself.
Yeah, or capture will give you a lot of capture options. Like you can capture to your currently clocked in heading.
That do it.
So then it just files your note in the right place automatically.
Absolutely. I love that. Let me see. I'm actually like writing a note to try that out. I'm definitely going to have to do that. Like the flexibility of that in particular sounds just perfect.
I'll let you finish typing noises and then we can ask the next question, for which there is one. The question is, what is the largest project in terms of team size you had the chance to consult and introduce the book club Tapas concept? And what has been your experiences with these setups, implying larger applications or solutions that company is working on?
So yeah, probably the largest application. So I have, it's been interesting. So in regards to this, the largest, I would say 2 people in a couple different circumstances. So it's the pair of us working in a startup context. And then, you know, we both have like rather technical backgrounds. We can both more or less, you know, sort of reason about. It's been particularly exciting, especially as we've been building up Tapas, is that, you know, well, we're both rather technical people. You know, I'm definitely software engineering sort of end, and, you know, this partner is more, I mean, he's done all sorts of different engineering, but none of it in a, like, especially software context. So, like, you know, but what's been really cool about that is that especially as we've built up Tapas and made clear distinctions about what they ought to do, you know, he doesn't have a ton of, like, really, he doesn't, like, experience, like, specifically in software engineering, but because we have it all laid out in this really flexible way, he's able to pick up the ball and, like, you know, like, he's able to take the ball and run with it because it's all laid out in a way that's so intuitive. Like, you know, he's able to, like, collaborate with me and, like, you know, run off these ideas and, like, really go for it, like, you know, almost as quickly as I can, just because we've set up a structure where, like, all of the different pieces have these really intuitive and intrinsic and straightforward roles. And that's something that's really exciting in of itself that I didn't really go over in the talk. Like, a managerial perspective, this is actually a really excellent way of understanding the whole context of, like, what the software stack looks like. Because it's like, you know, it makes it more intuitive for developers for sure, but it makes it more intuitive for everyone. You know, it's on that basis that I can't imagine clients, like, just a better way at this point. That was the other circumstance where I have been working with a partner. This has been with, you know, I would be, you know, sort of going back and forth with someone who had hired me to, like, you know, to work on contract. And I would use this to sort of go over with them about, you know, sort of get, like, a solid idea of, like, you know, scope and function, do, like, pre-planning, you know, as we're going into more specifics on, you know, what the overall for the project and how it ought to look and how it all ought to be laid out. So there's a lot of really exciting flexibility there that I think is really cool.
People will, of course, be curious about the mechanics of that collaboration. Did you get other people using Emacs and org? Were you using version control? Did you try out CRDT? How did it work?
So all of this so far has been over screen share, where I would be stepping through the buffer by hand. I would love to set up some sort of an environment where, like, I could get you know, clients and partners, like, you know, really excited about using Emacs and org, but, you know, it's It can be a little bit to ask. I would love to see if I can like put together some sort of a config that like sands off all of this and makes this really like safety proof sort of intuitive environment just for CRDT in particular. I love the idea of like sort of like spawning CRDT so that like the two of us can type spec and ideas and sort of like draft together on especially like the glue code Chapa for a larger software stack, like collaborating on that over CRDT or having folks to a particular thing and it's like like what's this, what's the clock here, it looks like we're spending a lot of time and I would like to get a little bit clearer of an idea of like what exactly we're doing here. Yeah.
Back up a little bit because the stream just disconnected and reconnected from the audio. So please repeat just your last sentence.
No worries. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so I would like, I love the idea of collaborating on, especially like on the glue code Tapa for a particular software stack, having the both of us use CRDT to type into it simultaneously. I think that would be super cool. I also really love the idea of, having client or partner, thumb through individual tapas in the stack, and then like look at use and be like, well, we seem to have time on this recently. Can you give me like some clarification on like what this part is and how it's what it means for the whole and sort of like what what it represents in terms of how all of this is going to come together. I think that would be super cool. I love the idea of that. I would even consider like, if not Emacs proper, I would love like, maybe a web-based org parser for, even on just a read-only version of the document where, clients and partners, just sort of thumb through with it and then chat with questions, make the, screen sharing for, peer programming process just a little bit cleaner, more intuitive on their end. I think that'd be super cool. I love these ideas.
All right. Theoretically, the big blue button is open. I think we've gotten to the end of the questions on the Etherpad. If anyone else would like to join or ask, I'm going to need a couple of minutes and then I can do closing remarks whenever people are ready. So I will mute now when people figure things out.
Would also be super down if anyone was curious about hearing more about some of the projects that I was kind of rambling at the close of the talk. If people wanted to hear more about some of my ideas in regards to what am I thinking of, like the what's it called? Yeah, just sort of the some of the funding for passion projects. I would be interested in laying out some of the ideas about how that could work mechanically, and I think that would be really cool for the whole ecosystem, because I think that there are definitely things that we could bang out for getting kind of all sorts of people on that model. I think that it would be really cool to having a funding model for things that are really worth using and developing. The other thing is like, just sort of, just rattling off specifics on things that people could potentially vote for on that end in terms of specific might want to work on. Let me see.
All right, there's a question from IRC. Sorry, I just got that. Did you address that one already?
What's the? Where is it?
I will copy it from IRC.
Thank you. Gotcha.
Into the pad.
You know, I was perfect.
Let me read the question out loud so it's in the recording. I guess a major pro is it has less friction as people can do a lot, maybe not everything, in Book Club tapas files, versus having to log into gazillions of different systems, each one of them keeping a portion of the information. Did I get that viewing point right from your elaboration of the collaboration between your team, between you and your teammates?
Yes. No, that's absolutely right. Because yeah, like really my hope is that we can, you know, there's a lot of complete into that. We assume that a lot of pieces of tooling and the separation between them is really sort of a necessary evil. I think that, you know, having a system where really the complexity of engaging in all of the information relevant to the program, if it's in a format where you can just email it back and forth, break off pieces of it, you know, work with those individually, I think that that's something that's incredibly rewarding. Something that just dawned on me that I wanted to mention that I've been daydreaming about is that in a circumstance where you have multiple developers, like, you know, across a larger team working on a book club tapas driven project, that you can do is have, you know, you can lay out your goal and then start splitting into tapas from that point, and then assign each teammate their own tapa, which becomes their baby. And I really love the idea of people being able to, you know, have an idea of an interface about how all of these are ultimately come back together, but people have their own like agency over their own code base, despite the fact that they're working in collaboration. I think that it can be incredibly motivating for a team to, you know, have each person in charge of their own project, but of course it's all ultimately going to the same code base. So, you know, I think that a pursuit of beauty is this really solid motivator in terms of how people, you know, perceive the merits of their efforts and how that lights a fire under them to continue and keep going and dig deep when things get frustrating. When you have a personal stake in your project, I think that that's a really excellent time to really push and move forward on it. And people having ownership over this idea of their specific tapa could be a really cool way to do that in a team setting. But I pivoted off a little bit. So yes, yeah, but I absolutely did that, you know, that having a simplistic format for your information is a really solid way to have collaboration be frictionless. You have one source of information and you don't have to drown in your tooling.
All right, I think you've addressed all the questions on the Etherpad, and as you said, people can email you, even though the website looks like it's still not quite there yet. People can email you or add more questions to the Etherpad afterwards. Yeah. Is there anything else that you'd like to share, or shall I wrap up, introduce myself, doing the closing remarks, and then try to do the closing remarks?
So I have two last thoughts. Yes, no, I did just want to confirm that my email is completely working. If you want to keep up to date with me and the stuff that I'm working on, please shoot me, and I will, you know, at your request, I will add you to a mailing list, which will have intermittent updates. You know, I'm not going to send you spam, but it will have updates for, you know, what I'm working on, what this all looks like, and, you know, sort of, yeah, just context for the different things that I'm working on. my website will be going up soon enough. I just got a little distracted because I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna spin up a Geeks server and I'm gonna make it super cool. When really I just Debian and Apache real quick, just something. So the website will be going up. It's just not up yet. And the very last thing is that I would really like to thank everyone that helped me to, get here. I would like to thank, all of my, I would like to thank my fiance. I would like to thank all of my friends. I would like to thank my, my mentor and business partner, Sharon. I would like to thank Tracy, my therapist. I would like to thank my parents. I'd like, I invited people to come watch this thing, and I would like to thank all of them. I would like to thank everyone who, was planning on coming to this event anyway. The Emacs community is incredible, incredibly encouraging, incredibly kind, incredibly smart and talented. Y'all make Emacs what it is, and it is so cool. I would like to thank you, Satya. I would like to thank all of the organizers that made this possible. This thing is the coolest, and this was all so cool.
All right. And you're welcome. And more thanks will continue as I figure out how to transition to the other talk. So I'm going to cut away to the... Finally, we have Sunday closing remarks. I think I'm here. Let me remember to do all the steps. I need to move this over to the side and share my screen. Entire screen. That screen. Yes. All right. Thank you so much. We have made it thus far. It is the end of EmacsConf 2025. Oh, I better remember to open this in case anyone wants to join me in this room. Hang on a sec. Jen, talk, sun, close, open QA. Open Q actually is the sun, close, open Q. I have to do that as best. Talks. And normally all this stuff gets done automatically by my scripts, so I'm doing it manually. There you go. Okay, now people can join. Hooray! We made it. Today was great, and yesterday was great too, with so many fascinating talks and conversations. I'm really, really glad that it all worked out, despite some running around and figuring things out on the fly. We all managed to get there. I actually have some of the live talks recordings up already on media.emacsconf.org and YouTube, assuming things worked. I'm just going to republish it from Emacs naturally. As you can see, I was debugging things to the very last minute. Yeah, feel free to spread the word. I check the Emacs hashtag every week as part of the Emacs news process anyway. So if you have any favorite talks, that's a great way to share the ideas with more people, and then even more conversations can happen. The pre-recorded talks, as I mentioned, are already up on the wiki and at the media EmacsConf.org /2027 website. Sorry, 2025. We're not in the time machine. 2025 site. And they should already be on YouTube as well. I will upload the late submissions and the live talks and the Q&A sessions over the next week or two. We usually get that done very quickly. I didn't even finish this sentence. I'll post an update to the EmacsConf Discuss mailing list. So feel free to subscribe to that if you'd like an update. If you've got ideas for making things better, then feel free to drop them into the Etherpad so that we can make next year's conference even smoother. Had a lot of people watching, so thank you for that. And of course, thanks to all the speakers who put hours and hours into their presentations, the volunteers who helped both before and during the presentation, the conference, and who will help in the days ahead as we get everything extracted and packaged and transcribed even, and nice chapter indices on the Q&A so you can jump to when a specific question was answered, all of that good stuff. And to all those other people in their lives whose patience and support make all of this possible. So thank you so much for that. This year's host, you saw Carwin, and you saw Amin, and what am I? Wait, I'm like buzzing all over the place as people are mentioning my nick on IRC. All right, now that I'm in Do Not Disturb mode. So thank you to the hosts. And thank you to other volunteers, JC and Trico and James and Amitav and Rodion and Jaybird and Indra and Yang3 and Bavin and Michael and Ian and Jamie and Eeyore and Floy Coder and probably other people that I have forgotten to copy out of my conference.org file and into this. But thank you anyway. Thank you to the Free Software Foundation. They host the mailing list, they host the media server, and of course they've got like Emacs. So that's awesome. To make things easier, our streams are actually not on my computer. They're like we use OBS and a server, fairly beefy one that Rai P shares with us. So then I can VNC into it and control OBS and stream to Icecast and all that other goodness. And it doesn't, I don't have to worry about my computer stressing out. It's all good. And so we use a whole lot of free and open source software in the stack. So we are very, very grateful for all the users and contributors who make all of that possible. Things like Emacs and org mode and ERC and Tramp and Magit and Big Blue Button and Etherpad and IkiWiki and Icecast and OBS and The Lounge and Libera Chat and FFmpeg and OpenAI Whisper, WhisperX, different interface, the NES Force Alignment Tool, Site Transfer for uploads, Subed for editing the subtitles, Subseg for cutting the subtitles into nice chunks so that you're not like trying to read a whole lot in one line, Mozilla Firefox, MPV and Temper Monkey so that everything gets automatically logged in when the stream switches to a Big Blue Button room. It's handy. And then, of course, many other tools and services that we use to prepare and host this year's conference. Thanks to Shoshin for the music. He's an Emacs geek as well. If you also have music that you'd like to share with us under the Creative Commons Attribution license, please feel free to let me know. I should put in my email address here. Yeah, sasha.joy.com or emacsconf.org@gnu.org. Okay, so let us know in case you have music or other things you want to share. Thanks to the people who donated via the FSF Working Together program. It costs I think less than $100 to run this whole thing. That the biggest thing really is people's time, and thank you so much for sharing that with us. So yes, thank you specifically to Scott and Jonathan and the other anonymous donors through the Working Together program. That's where we are so far. Feel free to join me. I can be here until the kiddo says I have not given her enough hugs for today. But if you want to kind of do a quick recap of your favorite talks or how you're excited to take things going forward and all that stuff, you can join me in this Sunday closing. If you look at the talk page, there's going to be theoretically a Big Blue Button link there that you can join. But thank you for this. And now it's awkward silence.
Hey, Sasha. I'm wondering what you learned most from this conference this year, or what really excited you?
Well, because I'm running around so much, I don't get a lot of the live stuff. Like, for example, when I was listening to your Q&A, I had it in one ear and I had Christian's Zettelkasten Q&A in the other ear, so that just in case he had questions also, which kind of just meant I was listening for silences, and that meant I had to read the next question out loud. But I love going through the videos and captioning them. And I'm really excited about the kinds of conversations that people have been having on the Etherpads and IRC. So I think the biggest thing that I'm learning is that it's people are having a lot of fun with Emacs, which is no surprise, of course. But it's always so exciting to see people bump into other people whose minds work the same way, and then who knows what will that where that will go over the next year, over the next years.
That's sort of an interesting topic, is like how to keep the conversations going between the conferences, you know? Is where do people hang out and discuss these things? Reddit's one place.
Yeah.
You know? IRC.
Wait a second. I figure it's... Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm done.
I think it's rather... I like to think of it as the start of the conversation. And so we have around 100 people, more than 100, you know, around 200 people yesterday, around 100 today joining us. And those are a lot of conversations. But then there are the conversations that happen when people look up the videos and the captions and the you know, the resources that people have shared. And so I think it gives us a lot of material, a lot of starting points for plenty of other conversations this year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a great community.
Oh, yes, I should mention, the conversation doesn't stop here because there are mailing lists. Thank you, Rudy, for the reminder. If you're looking for more of this kind of sense of community, there's like, well, Emacs Devel, of course, has a lot of technical discussions going on, but the org mode mailing list is very nice. There are also lots of meetups. There's definitely a meetup every month. Org meetup, in fact, is happening in a couple of days. If you look on the Emacs wiki for user groups, or you check my Emacs news, or if you look for like Emacs calendar, which I think I put on like emacslife.com/calendar, then you'll find upcoming meetups so that you can keep reconnecting with people. And if you come up with something cool, you don't have to wait until the next EmacsConf to show it to everybody. You can also go to these meetups and start sharing it and get feedback and make it even better and so on.
Great, thank you.
Rudy says the Emacs bugs list is the Emacs bugs mailing list is surprisingly interesting as well. Lots of discussion on there, various details and upcoming little features every single day. Oh, yes. Maddie would like another shout out for Emacs Carnival, which is a monthly blogging, people, you know, shared topics so people can all write about the same thing and then discover other people's perspectives on it. There have been quite a few now. So if you want, you can go through the Emacs Carnival page on the Emacs Wiki and start exploring the past issues. The host will have a list of links to the people who've submitted. So it's a great way to see what other people in the community have been thinking about something. Also, people are very curious about the fonts and templates that people use for their presentations. It's always, that's one of the things I love about presentations. You kind of get this, you pick up so much more when you're looking over someone's shoulder, the things that they would forget to even mention because it's not the point of their talk or they take it for granted. So, so yes, if the presenters can share their fonts and setups and themes and stuff like that, or if you as a viewer have been watching something and you see someone do this really cool keyboard shortcut and you have no idea how they did that, because of course it just flies by too quickly and it's part of their muscle memory, so they don't even explain it anymore. Go ahead and ask the speakers, hey, that command that you did that just did the magic, how? So yes, please feel free to go back over the videos, look at them slowly, look for interesting things you want to learn more about. All right, it sounds like we are pretty much ready to wrap up. So thank you everyone for coming. See you next year. And also in the months in between, because there are meetups, which you're going to go check out and have fun at. Thank you for this. Yes, thank you for this nice Emacs weekend.
Thanks for putting it all together, Sasha, and everyone. It's great.
Bye.
Take care. Bye.
You're welcome. Now I just have to remember which of these. Ah, there, I found it. And I say.